Hey gang, long time no see. Finally had a whole Saturday to myself, and I've been watching this go through Steam, and I watched a player earlier today showing people how to play it, at least get started. So Pathfinder Adventures is a card-based board game kind of game that they ported over. They got with Obsidian, who created a PC version of it. After looking at reviews, some of the card game players said it's, after some fixes and stuff, that it's become a really good port from the actual board and card game. I haven't played it myself, so I figured I'd give this a shot and check it out, because Pathfinder is one of my favorite RPG systems. It was a definite big improvement over 3rd edition D&D. So we will check it out and see what it's like. So we're learning it from scratch. I have no idea how to play the game. From looking at it, it is pretty complex. So there's going to be a lot of learning involved in how to play this game. If it's something you might be interested yourself, it is available on Steam. Let me see if I can get you some prices here. Maybe. Hold on. Pathfinder Adventures. So there's two versions. There's the basic Pathfinder's Adventure, which is currently on a special promotion, 25% off, so it's $18.74. There's an Obsidian edition, which comes with a bunch of additional cards, which I am told is the best way to go because it has legendary, more powerful items and stuff that you can find when you're playing the game. That's $29.99, and I believe that comes with the DLC, which there's a couple of DLCs for $5. So you get the Obsidian edition, you get the whole thing for $30. All right, so we're just going to jump right in and start figuring out how to learn this game. I am going to, so we don't see the whole screen, I'm going to turn off my events window, which is that little blue box. Let's remove that element. There we go. Alright, so you guys got the whole screen view there, except for my little nameplate, which hopefully doesn't block anything, but that's why it's down there low in the middle. So, alright, here we go. Let's see, let's look at... So, I've already gone through some of the setup of the game as far as just screen size. There's also a mobile app, Asmodee. I connected my account to my Asmodee account, which I'd already had one. So you can find me on there as Matthias' number 3130. There is a store. Take a quick look at that and see what's available in the store. Treasure chests you could purchase for 500 gold. And I'm sure that the gold is real money purchase, so you buy gold. It looks like I have 5,000 gold. I'm guessing that the Obsidian edition comes with 5,000 gold to spend in the store. So that's awesome. Purchase treasure chest, open it to reveal 4 cards. So it is sort of a collectible card game where you can buy additional cards and add them to your store. The one guy that was showing it off earlier today said, I believe he said it was up to 1,100 total cards. There's individual characters you can purchase. Let me go back to the Steam page. The Obsidian edition. Okay, the standard edition comes with 11 iconic characters. The Obsidian edition comes with those same 11. With alternate version. Oh, well, that's alternate versions of equipment and stuff. Yep, 1,000 original cards. So then you can use your gold to purchase the additional characters, add them to your collection. You can see these are owned. So with the Obsidian edition, you get the entire thing. You get all of the characters that are currently available. You can buy specific sets of dice to assign to a character if you want their dice to look differently, I guess. That's an interesting little twist. It's just cosmetic in this case. Oh, come on, where are the sparkled sets? There we go, marbled dice. There we go. Now that we're getting old school. Wow, 5,000 too. So they want you to blow all the free gold that you got right off the bat. Luminous. Blue luminous. Blue's my favorite color. Epic dice, huh? Oh, those are classic transparents. Now that's awesome. I like that. Being a computer game in 3D effects, you can do some really amazing things. Can you imagine? Wait, legendary. Let's look at the legendaries. Yeah, see little animations like that. How about little galaxy dice with little stars and a swirl of a galaxy inside the center of the dice? Of course, we haven't seen them all yet. Let's see what we've got. Midnight dice. Those are kind of cool. They're just like edged dice. That's fun. Oh, I own this one? So some of these come owned. Yeah, legendary items. 3 legendary rarity cards. Well, those aren't cards, though. Gold runes and charms. You get 5,000 gold, 8 runes, and 21 charms with the Obsidian edition. Epic and legendary cards. 106 epic and legendary treasure cards. 3 promotional ally cards. Eder, Pelagina, Goblin Golem of Obsidian. Alternates. You get all of the alternate cards. 11 alternate equipment sets for the iconic characters. 3 legendary rarity cards. Future Goblin campaigns deck 1 and 2 with the new Goblin characters. So that's something that apparently will be coming soon. Enhancements. So there's some cards that you can also purchase. And it doesn't help me to look at the stats on them, because I still don't know how to play the game. Alright, so let's do that. Let's get to playing the game, and then we can come back, look at the shop, and see if there's something fun we want to play with. So here's our current collection. Collection displays all the cards currently available in the game. The cards you have not yet discovered are in gray. Deck B. Owned 3 of 3. Okay, so if that's the total number of cards available in the game, 1318, then the Obsidian edition comes with 1,259 of them. So we're looking at 3,149 cards that we don't have. Is there any way to just see those? Well, it's just showing all. Alright, let's get to it. We're just going to learn. Tutorial Chapter 1. Checks, Skills, and Basic Card Management. Concepts taught in this tutorial include basic card management, character skills, acquiring cards, defeating cards, discarding and revealing card actions. Completion reward is 100 gold and whatever that is. Welcome to Pathfinder Adventures. In this game, your party of heroes race against time on a quest to defeat dangerous villains. In this first tutorial, we will go over the basics of skills, check to acquire, and some basic card actions. As you progress deeper into tutorials, more of the game's rules will be revealed and explained. In the final tutorial, you will hunt down a villain with a small group of adventurers. Enjoy. Welcome to Pathfinder Adventures. It's a role-playing game driven by cards and dice. In these tutorials, you will be controlling Mauricio, a rogue with high dexterity and great combat ability. Your characters in Pathfinder Adventures take turns searching for the villain by exploring locations. A turn is broken up into multiple phases. Give a card, explore, move, discard, and end turn. We'll discuss each of these phases in depth in future tutorials. For now, we'll only worry about exploring locations. By exploring locations, adventurers can find many different types of boons, helpful cards, including weapons, armor, allies, and items. Click the location deck to have Mauricio explore her location. An ally. Allies can help you in many different ways, including acquiring a boon or exploring additional times on your character's turn. To acquire the ally, you must meet or exceed the check to acquire. Check to acquire, Charisma Diplomacy 6, or Dexterity Acrobatics of 7. Each check to acquire uses one of Mauricio's skills. To get this ally, Mauricio can use her Acrobatics. Since Acrobatics is a dexterity-based skill for Mauricio, she gets to roll a die 12 and add her acrobatics skill to the roll. To get a look at Mauricio's skills and which dice are associated with them, click on her portrait and view her character sheet. The Skills tab of the character sheet shows all of the adventurers' available skills and their current bonuses. To most effectively use your characters, they should focus on making checks where their skills are highest. For example, Mauricio excels at dexterity-based skills and checks and should attempt to take as many of those checks as she can. As your characters progress through the campaign, you will have the opportunity to increase their skill bonuses. We will discuss character powers in later tutorials. When you are finished looking at Mauricio's skills, click the X in the upper right corner of the screen to close it and return to the action. Okay, strength of a D8, dex of a D12, acrobatics checks get a +2, disable gets a +2, stealth gets a +2. So that card, ally card, was looking for an acrobatics check, right? So we're going to roll a D12 and get to add +2 to that. Constitution's a D6, Intelligence a D4, Wisdom's a D6 with Perception of 2, Charisma of D6. So let's learn a little bit about Mauricio. Female, elf rogue. Orphaned at a young age and raised by humans in the slums, the elf Mauricio saw many friends grow old and die in the decades it took her to become an adult. Unfettered by responsibilities, she now travels where her curiosity takes her, wandering the world with those she calls friends at the time. Mauricio believes in experiencing life to the fullest. You never know when you will meet an unexpected end, and that there are few problems a dagger cannot solve. Later on, we'll be able to learn these, because apparently it's not even going to let me click on them. So, alright, Xing out, let's go back to the action. Click and drag the die to roll and attempt to acquire the ally. So dexterity acrobatics of 7. So we get to roll this dice and we get to add that +2 because of her acrobatics. Total of 11. 9 plus 2 is 11. You've acquired the ally. Well, it didn't even allow me to go read that. Click the ally card to enlarge it and choose to discard the card to make another explore action. Discarding a card places it in the character's discard pile. Some cards and powers can move a card from the discard pile back into the character's deck. So the card itself, that's the check to acquire it. Discard this card to explore your location. So we're discarding the ally to explore the location again. Apparently it has alternate effects you could do. Recharge this card to add 1d6 to your non-combat dexterity or charisma check. Supposedly we'll learn what that recharge means. So this is going to go into our discard pile and we're going to explore again. To discard a card, you can also drag it directly to the discard pile. We can now explore again. Click the location deck to have Miss Mauricial explore her location. A short bow. This will work great for Mauricio because it is a dexterity-based weapon. Like the ally, Mauricio must meet or exceed the check to acquire the short bow it acquired. Check to acquire dexterity of range 3. I didn't see any range skill, so she's going to roll this die. And she needs a 3. The short bow's check to acquire requires a dexterity or range skill check. Luckily, this is an easy check for Mauricio because she has a high dexterity skill. Click and drag the die to make the check. Mauricio is now out of actions to take. You can now end her turn by clicking the pulsing arrow on the right side of the screen. Let's take a look at the bow. I want to see the bow, but this text is in the way. So bow, range, something two-handed, basic, B weapon. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your dexterity or range skill plus 1d6. If proficient with weapons, you may discard this card to add 1d4 to a combat check by a character to another location. Since we can't discard this to explore further, that's why it's saying that our turn is over, because that's all of our actions. So we end our turn. It's going across the sequence here. Now that Mauricio has started a new turn, she can take another explore card action. Okay, explore. You found a monster. To defeat monsters, you must meet or exceed their check to defeat. Failing to defeat a monster can cause a character to take damage, but we will discuss that in a future tutorial. Check to defeat, Combat 9. Goblin Warrior Elite B monster. I wonder if that's the basic card. It's probably just what set that monster card comes from. If undefeated, vary a random item or weapon from your discard pile. To check to defeat this monster requires a combat skill check. If you use a weapon, it will list which skill check to use. Otherwise, you use the character's strength or melee skill. Luckily, Mauricio has a short bow to increase her combat skill check. Click on the short bow to enlarge the card and choose to reveal the short bow. When you reveal a card, you use it in the immediate check, then it is placed back into your hand. Adds that die 6. Now that you are using a short bow, you should have no problem defeating the monster. Mauricio is now out of actions to take. You can now end her turn by clicking the pulsing arrow on the right side of the screen. Yep, so no more exploration actions. So it'll just go to set and. That's something. Alright. Now that you have defeated the monster, let's continue to search for the villain. Go ahead and explore now. You found a blessing. Blessings are boons that typically add additional dice to your check to defeat or acquire. This particular blessing gives additional dice when it is used in a dexterity-based combat check. Very useful when taking down a villain. Acquiring this blessing is easy for Mauricio because it requires a dexterity skill check. Roll the die to acquire the card. Dexterity of 4. Let's save the blessing for the check to defeat the villain. Go ahead and end Mauricio's turn. Let's look at the blessing first of all. You can discard this card to add 1 die to any check. Discard this card to add 2 dice to any combat dexterity check. Discard this card to explore. So we could discard this card to explore further, but we're going to save it, as the tutorial said, in case we come across the villain. After you play this card, if the top card of the Blessings discard pile has an Aristotle trait, recharge this card instead of discarding it. We'll learn what all of that means, but we're going to save it and end this turn. Now that Mauricio has started a new turn, she can take another exploration action. You found the villain. Similar to monsters, villains have a check to defeat. If you defeat the villain, you will win the scenario. There are additional rules concerning villains, but we will discuss those in future tutorials. Type monster, check to defeat, combat of 10. An outsider, villain. If defeated, recharge a card from your hand. After what we heard up on the roof, the clomping and snoring and the terrible, terrible tearing, I ain't ashamed to say I kept right there between the sheets and didn't even think about coming out till morning. Account of Missy Rundle, Sandpoint Farmer. For now, use your short bow or Blessings of Aristotle to make sure that the villain is defeated. Discard this card to add 2 dice to any combat dexterity check. You have defeated the villain. Congratulations on finishing the first tutorial. The next tutorial will go deeper into card mechanics, hand management, and combat. We also got 5 gold I thought I saw when we defeated him. So you get a little bit of gold defeating some villains. And then completing the tutorial, it's another 100. Congratulations, you have been given a short bow +1 as a reward. Magic Elite. For your combat check, reviewing this card, you use your dexterity or skill, 1 to 6 +1. Goes right on line with the tabletop RPG. If proficient with weapons, you may discard this card to add a 1 to 4 to a combat check by a character at another location. Interesting. Chapter 1 down. Tutorial Chapter 2. Hand management, damage, and death. Concepts taught in this tutorial include hand size, hand management, damage, death, bury, and banish card actions. We'll get 100 gold and some kind of treasure. In this tutorial, you will learn about the bury and banish card actions, deeper combat interactions, and hand management. We will also cover the basics of player damage and death, and how to avoid both. Let's start by explaining hand size. All characters have a hand size limit that is denoted by the number in the hand next to the character's portrait. So Mauricio has a hand size of 5. This is the number of cards that the character must draw upon or down to when they reset their hand at the end of their turn. If a character is unable to draw a card because they have run out, that character dies. If a character dies, they will be unavailable for the rest of the scenario, but they can be used as normal in future scenarios. If you turn on the permadeath setting, this character will instead be removed from the game permanently. Let's start the search for the villain by having Mauricio explore her location. You found a monster. Try revealing the short bow or discarding your blessing to increase your check. You can use these cards by clicking them and choosing the action you would like to take. Let's use the short bow. Reveal it. We got a +1 because that's our +1 short bow. And we fail. An unlucky roll. Sometimes the dice are just don't roll your way. When you fail to defeat a monster, your character takes damage equal to the difference between the difficulty of the monster and the check's result. What did we get? We got 7, so we took 2 damage. For every point of damage a character takes, they are forced to discard 1 card from their hand. If the amount of damage is greater than the number of cards in the character's hand, the additional damage is ignored. So damage removes card. Oh, yeah, I was looking for like a life total or something. So that goes along the lines of a little card game I was involved in called Highlander, where your hand size is also your life. Some cards, like armors, can reduce the amount of damage taken or negate it completely. Click the leather armor in Mauricio's hand to zoom in on the card so we can bury it. This will completely negate all the damage she has just received. Banish this card to reduce all damage dealt to you to 0 if proficient with light armors. Bury it instead. So that removes it from play. So instead of going to our discard pile, it gets pulled out of the game. That's our bury pile then. Click the arrow on the right side of the screen to confirm your action and proceed. An undefeated monster is reshuffled back into the location deck and can potentially be drawn again while exploring. Mauricio is now out of actions to take. You can now end her turn by clicking the pulsing arrow on the right side of the screen. There was something about at the end of the turn, she draws cards back up to 5, and it looks like she got Blessing of the Gods. If you encounter this card, you automatically acquire it. Discard this card to add 1 die to any check. Discard this card to explore your location. You may treat this card as if it has the same powers as the top card of the Blessings discard pile. You found a barrier. Barriers, like monsters, have checks to defeat and typically have consequences if the characters fail to defeat them. Unlike monsters, failing to defeat a barrier does not automatically cause damage to the character. Wisdom Perception of 7 or Dexterity Acrobatics of 8. So what was our wisdom? That's not going to show us. I can't remember if it was a die 10 and then we had Perception, which would be +2, or Dexterity Acrobatics. Her Dexterity is die 12 and she has Acrobatics that was +2. So this might be the better. To ensure that Mauricio can defeat this barrier, discard the Blessing of the Gods to add additional dice to the check to defeat. Sure thing. One important thing to note is that you may only play 1 type of boon per check. For example, you may only play 1 blessing on a check. Try playing multiple types of boons on the same check if you would like to increase the check. And you discard it to add a die to this check. And then it won't let us do any more. Alright. So we get 2 die 12. We get to add +2 for our acrobatics. Go. 22. Definitely beat by 8. As part of the barrier power, Mauricio may explore again after defeating it. Let's have Mauricio explore again. Caltrops can help a character evade a monster if they don't want to fight it, or defeat it outright if the monster's difficulty is low enough. Check to acquire dexterity of 4. Banish this card to evade a monster you encounter whose highest difficulty to defeat is 14 or lower. Banish this card to defeat a monster you encounter whose highest difficulty to defeat is 9 or lower. So you can evade monsters up to power of 14, or you can defeat a monster that's 9 or lower. Okay. We need to acquire it. I could add a blessing. What did he do again? Don't know what a recharge does yet exactly either. Does that put it back into my draw deck, I'm guessing? Let's just roll. Got him. Mauricio doesn't have anything else to do on her turn, so let's end her turn. I can't use the blessing to... Continue exploring. That monster again. Let's banish the caltrops to automatically defeat the monster. Banishing a card removes it from the character's deck permanently. The banished card can be found in the future by exploring locations and scenarios. To banish a card, you can also drag it directly onto the chains above. So we're banishing to defeat Combat 9 monster, right? And we can highlight it and click banish, or we can just go whap whap whap. Click the arrow on the right side of the screen to confirm your action. Mauricio is now out of action state. You can now end her turn by clicking the pulsing arrow on the right side of the screen. We drew another blessing. New turn, let's explore. Found another blessing. Let's discard the blessing to use its power to explore the location and see if we can find another villain. Discard. We can do it that way too. Allows us to explore. You found the villain. Use what you have learned previously to defeat it. I can only use one blessing, right? Reveal. Discard. Yeah! Check that out. So, 3 die 12 and a die 6 with +1 to get a 10 or better. So the minimum I can get is 5, so it's still possible to fail. Let's see. Oh, hell no. Congratulations, you have finished this tutorial. In future tutorials, we will discuss locations and henchmen. Treasure chest reward. Treasure chests contain rare cards, dice, and character equipment sets. You can open your treasure chest by clicking the treasure chest icon in the store. Okay, so remember that after we're done. Where can we go back? Let's go back. Go to the store. Chests are up here. Click on the chest to open it. What's that? Runes of Wonder increase the chance you will gain a rare, epic, or legendary card from your treasure chest. If you own any of these runes, they will be used automatically when opening the treasure chest. Click on each card to reveal it, or click the chest to reveal them all. Cards from the chest are uncommon, rare, epic, or legendary. Collect them all to expand your collection. So we got the Smith. Check to acquire. Charisma and Diplomacy of 4. Human Blacksmith. Recharge this card to add 1 die 10 to your check to acquire a weapon or an armor. Discard this card to explore your location. Okay. Wayfinder. Magic object. Wisdom Survival 6. Recharge this card to examine the top card of your location deck. Recharge this card to add 2 to your survival check. Magic Arcane Divine Basic. What's the spell? Intelligence Arcane Wisdom or Divine of 6 or better. Display this card next to any character. While displayed, add 3 to that character's wisdom checks. At the end of the turn, if you do not have either the Arcane or Divine skill, banish this card. Otherwise, attempt an Arcane or Divine 8 check. If you succeed, recharge this card. If you fail, discard it. Frost Sling +1. Dexterity range of 6. Sling range bludgeoning magic. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your dexterity range skill of 1 die 6 +1. You may additionally discard this card to add another 2 die 4 and the cold trait. Interesting. I guess that's always going to flash with that. Alright. So that was the chest we got. So that's how we're going to get additional cards. On to Chapter 3 tutorial, Henchmen and Locations. Concepts taught in this tutorial include Henchmen, Locations, Location Closing, Recharge Card Action. Looks like we're going to get 100 gold and some dice. In this tutorial, we will teach you about locations and henchmen. We will discuss locations' powers, the location deck, and why exploring locations is important to hunting villains and henchmen. This scenario will also detail what henchmen are and why they are important to closing locations and cornering villains. Some scenarios have additional powers that take effect for the entire scenario. This scenario does not have one of these powers, but you will see one in a later tutorial. In a typical scenario, each location will contain either a henchman or a villain. Henchmen are special beings that, when defeated, allow characters to close the location they came from. Cultist. Monster. Check to defeat. Combat 9. Human cultist. Basic. Henchman. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the location this henchman came from. Closing a location gives the villain one less place to hide, so finding and defeating henchmen is an important part of your party's search for the villain, so the villain can move around, I suppose. In most cases, henchmen are treated like monsters, with checks to defeat and the possibility to damage characters. Each location is represented by a deck of cards. The location deck is built using the list of card types you see in the upper left corner of your screen. 3 monsters, something, 1 weapon, 3 of something else, 1 ally. Need to get to learn the rest of these. I'm guessing that's a blessing, armor, spell, barrier. Well, I think I guessed them all. So this deck in the farmhouse has 3 monsters, a barrier, which was that pit trap, a weapon, which is what was the weapon? The caltrops? 3 Blessings? No, I don't know what those are. What are the 3 items? I'm trying to remember the cards that we came across. And then the ally, that one ally that popped up right from the very first. Oh, there you go. Trying to figure out things on my own when it's just going to tell me. There are 8 different types of cards. Monsters and barriers are banes, weapons, spells, armors, items, allies, and blessings are boons. Monsters, barriers, weapons, spells, armor, items, allies, and blessings. So I was right. An unknown. Oh. The location decks have banes to defeat, like these 3 monster cards. Look at them. The location decks will also have useful boons to acquire, like these 3 item cards. Okay, so this is building a different deck then, because I don't recall seeing any of those monsters in there. We haven't seen these before. Codex, Potion of Healing, and a Crowbar. Remember, henchmen and villains are also hidden in the location decks. Locations each have unique powers that are active while the location is still open. They also have conditions that must be met when you attempt to close the location. Failing these closing conditions causes the location to remain open. At this location, when an ally would be discarded, it is buried instead. So you would lose allies, you can't just simply discard them, they would be removed from the game. When closing, summon and defeat a random monster. When permanently closed, no effect. During this scenario, some scenarios have additional powers that take effect for the entire scenario. This scenario does not have one of those powers, but you will see one later tutorial. If you fail to close the location after defeating a henchman or a villain, you will typically need to exhaust all of the cards in that location's deck before you can attempt to close it again. In a typical scenario, players will search many locations looking for the villain and henchman, but for this tutorial, you will only have one to search through. When you are ready to proceed, click on the arrow. In this tutorial, you will not be searching for a villain. Your objective is to close the farmhouse location. You will get a chance to close the location by either defeating the henchman or exhausting all of the location's cards. The farmhouse has 2 powers that you should be aware of while playing in this scenario. First, if you would ever discard an ally, you bury it instead. And second, to close this location, you must defeat a random monster. Let's start looking for the henchman by exploring the farmhouse location. Sure thing, but I want to look at these cards. Yay! Okay, so a crowbar, if you find one, will require a strength 3 to acquire. It's a basic tool. Reveal this card to add 1 die to your non-combat strength checks or your check to defeat a barrier that has the lock or obstacle trait. You may additionally discard this card to add another die. After playing this card, you may succeed at a strength 3 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. Potion of Glibness. If you find one, it requires an intelligence of 4 with craft check, liquid alchemical basic. Banish this card and choose a character at your location to automatically succeed at a non-combat diplomacy check. Interesting. I like kind of how this mechanics works right into tabletop RPG. It's just different ways of doing checks in a random environment with cards. Exploring. Burglar. A burglar. Let's make sure we acquire the card by recharging our troubadour to add a die to our check to acquire. Click the troubadour to zoom in and recharge it. Recharge this card to add 1 die 6 to your non-combat dexterity or charisma check. We'll be making the dexterity check with a 7, so we can recharge this. So it just goes back into our deck. Recharging a card places it on the bottom of the character's deck. Recharging is very useful because if you have the chance to draw the recharge card later in the scenario. Recharging helps prevent the character's death by making it more difficult to run out of cards. Okay, so recharging is important. To recharge a card, you can also drag it into the character's deck. Okay, so yeah. Alright, so that ally, by recharging that ally, that gave us an additional die 6 to our dexterity roll. We need a 7, and we get +2 because she had stealth. Yeah, she does. She has stealth. +2. Alright, so we got a minimum of 4. We need a 7. Oh, yeah. So we acquire the burglar. Marisial is now out of actions to take. You can now end her turn by clicking on the pulsing arrow on the right side screen. New turn. Now, use what you have learned from previous tutorials to complete the rest of the scenario by finding the henchman in the farmhouse. Okay, so we have 11 cards left in our deck. There's 9 cards left in the scenario. Holy water requires a wisdom divine check of 8 to roll. We don't have divine, so we need a wisdom. It's only die 6. We need an 8. What's the burglar give us? Recharge this card to add 1 die 10 to your disable or stealth check. If you fail to acquire this card, discard a weapon or item. Oh, I guess I might have read that first. If you fail to acquire him, apparently he steals one of your stuff. Potion of glibness is for diplomacy check. Crowbar's not going to help. Armor weapon's not going to help. So there's no way we're going to acquire the holy water because it requires an 8, and all we're getting is a die 6. Roll success 0%. If you fail to acquire a boon, it will be banished. Don't worry though. There are always more boons to find in other locations. Okay, so that lowers the scenario deck by 1 by burying it, but now we have no chance of finding it again until we come across another scenario that has it. Alright, so that ends this turn. Explore. Run into a goblin. I'm going to reveal the short bow. Because if it goes undefeated, bury a random item or weapon from your discard pile. Reveal that, add that. We need a 9. We need 9. That's about it. Then we can use, if we take damage, we can use the armor to help reduce it. Oh yeah. We got 1 gold for defeating him. Ends that turn. Explore. Darts. Dexterity range check of 4 to acquire. Dart range piercing basic dart. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your dexterity skill plus 1 die 4. If you would fail a combat check with this weapon, you may discard this card to reroll the dice. Take the new result. Okay. Simple, straightforward roll. Dexterity. Need a 4. 12. We have darts. And now our hand size is max. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, we need to discard a card. We want to discard glibness, because I don't think we're going to use it in this scenario. I don't know. Because the villains aren't necessarily all combat. There might be a diplomacy villain. Get rid of the crowbar. Wait, what's the discard? Discard? Since you are ending your turn with more cards in your hand than your hand size, you must discard down to your hand size. Okay, now we can end our turn. We run into a zombie. Defeat of 9. Undead zombie basic. The zombie is immune to the mental and poison traits. Have the damage dealt by the zombie, rounding up. Or have the damage dealt by the zombie, rounding up. If undefeated, each other character at this location summons and encounters a zombie. Oh, that's not nice. Reveal the bow. Just making it a dexterity combat and adding a die 6. I need a 9. Oh, if you fail the combat check with this weapon, you may discard this card to re-roll the dice. Defeated with the bow. Little arrow to the head action. New turn, Explorer. Luckstone, a Wisdom Survival of 5. Discard this card to add 1 to your check. You may succeed at a Wisdom or Survival 9 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. If you would fail a check by 1, you may bury this card instead. Nothing I can do about it. You need a 5 or a 6 on a die 6. Got it. Now we have to discard. Let's get rid of those darts. Darts. A giant gecko. Check to defeat combat 8. Basic animal. If undefeated, shuffle the gecko into a random open location. So he'll go somewhere else. That's an interesting way to chase down animals or monsters that you failed to defeat. Alright, reveal my short bow. I need an 8. Discard this card to add 1 to your check. You may succeed at a Wisdom or Survival check to recharge it. If you would fail a check by 1, you may bury this card instead. Okay, we are done for that turn. There's the pit trap. Wisdom perception of 7. Dexterity acrobatics of 8. Yeah, dexterity acrobatics. Charge this card to add a 1 die 10 to your disable or stealth check. To defeat and bury. So I could discard him to add a plus 10, or add a die 10 to my roll. Or I can rely on my die 12 plus 2. I could use the luck stone to add plus 1. I think we'll use the burglar, because that's what he's for, basically. And then I could use the luck stone also, because right now we're at a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4. We could still fail it. So this chance is 91% though. Let's hold on to it. We got a 91% chance. Explore now. And there he is, the cultist. You have found the henchman. Defeat it so you can attempt to close the location. So if we don't close the location, then we have to continue exploring. Okay, we're going to defeat your ass with all we've got. That's a minimum of 4 right there. We can either recharge the stone, I can attempt a wisdom or survival check to recharge this card instead. There's no problem with it. We can try to recharge it, but we need a 9. So no, we can't. So we cannot hold on to our luck stones because we don't have a high enough wisdom to do that. 2 gold for defeating the cultist. To close the farmhouse location, you will need to summon and defeat a monster. If you succeed, the location will be closed. If you fail, you will need to exhaust the entire location deck before you can attempt to close again. Yeah, so we're attempting to close, so we need to summon and defeat a monster. Yes. A scout. Defeat combat 8, human ranger veteran. The difficulty to defeat is increased by the scenario's adventure deck number. Before you act, the scout deals 1d4 minus 1 ranged combat damage to you. Oh. Before I can act, okay. He does 2 damage. I'll use this to banish it. Recharge this card to reduce combat damage dealt to you by 1. So I can reduce it to 1, put it back in my deck, and get rid of the Potion of Glibness. So let's recharge it. Discard the Potion of Glibness. Go to combat, reveal my short bow, and fire. Defeated. Congratulations! In the next tutorial, you will control multiple heroes and explore multiple locations. Alright. It's getting, the game's already getting involved, and we're still in the tutorial. I'm liking it. Treasure chest revealed. We get the marble dice. Yeah, that was one of the ones I was thinking about getting too. Sweet. So I can assign these dice to one of the characters. And we won't get those generic blue dice we keep seeing. Chapter 4. We still got 2 chapters to go. Party management, moving locations, and aiding heroes. Concepts taught in this tutorial include turn order, blessings deck, moving locations, managing multiple heroes, and aiding checks. Looks like we're going to get 100 gold and a card. This tutorial you will learn how to manage a party of heroes, including moving locations and having the heroes help each other. We will also introduce the blessings deck, the time limit for the party to catch and defeat the villain. So the blessings deck is the time limit the party to catch. Right? Some scenarios have additional powers that take effect for the entire scenario. This scenario does not have one of those powers. You will see one later. If you defeat... Okay, so we've got a cultist. 3 cultists, I'm guessing. There's 1 in each of the locations. In this tutorial, your objective is not to hunt the villain, but to close all 3 of the locations. To help close these locations, you will be controlling a small party of heroes. In addition to Mauricio, you will now control Kira. Kira is a cleric and can use divine spells to help her party. If you would like to view Kira's skills, you can find them on her character sheet. To view the character sheet from the screen, you can click the View Party button. Now that you have multiple locations to explore and multiple heroes to control, you must select their starting locations. To choose a starting location for a hero, drag their character token onto that location. Some heroes will do better at specific locations, so you should read through all of the location powers before deciding where to start your heroes. For example, Kyra will have an easier time closing the desecrated vault because it requires a wisdom or divine check. Mauricio would do well at closing the farmhouse because it is easier for her to defeat monsters. Go ahead and choose your character's starting locations. Well, let's look at our party first. We know about Mauricio, but we haven't looked at her powers. Hand size of 6, so eventually she can learn to increase that to hand size of 5, excuse me. She can learn to increase that to 6. She's proficient with light armor, but she's currently not proficient with weapons. She has the hide skill. She can invade characters. She has the sneak attack skill. If you are the only character at your location, you may recharge a card to add 1 die 6 to your combat check, or discard it to add an additional die 6. That's pretty powerful, actually. I like that. But rogues are pretty nasty, even in the 5th edition D&D. I actually been playing one on a recent campaign, and they get a little, if you play with the mechanics just right, yeah, you can do some nasty damage. Rogues are kind of like the cleanup crew. We evade your encounters. So what are the higher ones? Die 6 plus 1. Die 6 plus 2. Okay, so the initial discard, the initial recharge adds the plus 1 or plus 2 as you get more powerful with it. Okay. Card list. She has 2 weapons available. She can have 1 armor available, 6 items, 2 allies, and 4 blessings. Favorite card type is an item. Completion. I'm guessing these are the scenarios that she has done, which we haven't done any yet because we're in the tutorial. Let's look at Kira. Female, human cleric. Strength of D6 with melee strength plus 2. So she's good at melee then. Combat, she automatically gets a plus 2 on melee attacks. Dexterity of D4, she's horrible dex. Constitution D6, Fortitude gives her a con plus 3. Intelligence of D6, Wisdom D12, so there's her big one. And Divine Power, so she gets plus 2 Wisdom checks with Divine. Charisma D6. Kira and her family grew up near a small temple in Serenray, the goddess of healing, honesty, redemption, and the sun. When bandits attacked Kira's village, Serenray's priestesses defeated the innocent. Defeated the innocent. That's a big betrayal. Serenray's priestesses defended the innocent, driving off the raiders at the cost of their lives and their sanctuary. Standing in the burned ruins of the temple, young Kyra swore her life and sword arm to the goddess, promising mercy to the deserving and the quick death to those who spread darkness. That's a slight twist on the classic priests in D&D. They've always been restricted to like bludgeoning weapons, but in this case, this one can use a sword. And size 5 can be a 6. Proficient with light armor, proficient with heavy armor. Not weapon proficient. Proficient with heal. Instead of your first expiration on a turn, you may reveal a card that has the divine trait to choose a character at your location. Shuffle 1 die 4 plus 1 random cards from his discard pile into his deck. Excellent. So that's how you're healing. You're recreating, you're adding to their character's deck size by taking it back out of their... So that's going to be hard against any character that relies heavily on burying cards because there's nothing in the discard to heal. You got to remember that. Improved heal. Instead of your first expiration, to 1 to 4 plus 2 cards. Lore of Undead. Add 1 die 8 and the magic trait to your check to defeat a Bane that has the Undead trait. So she'll be great against zombies. 1 die 8 plus 1. Okay. Card list. 2 weapons, 3 spells, 2 armor, 1 item, 1 ally, 6 blessing. Favorite type? Blessing, of course. Alright. Choosing locations. First location, Deeper Dungeons. At this location, the difficulty of combat checks is increased by 1. When closing, succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 8 check. She has this con skill, so that would probably be better for Kira. When permanently closed, no effect. Farmhouse. When an ally would be discarded, it is buried instead. Summon and defeat a random monster, so we're familiar with the farmhouse. Desecrated Vault. At this location, if you defeat a monster with the undead trait at this location, roll a die 6. On a 1, the monster is undefeated. Succeed at a Wisdom or Divine Skills check to close. When permanently closed, on closing, each character at this location may recharge an item from her discard pile. Okay, so as the tutorial suggested, we're going to move Kyra here. We're going to put Mirasil at the farmhouse. Before starting the scenario, you must also choose your party's turn order. To modify the turn order, click and drag a character token on top of another token. This will place the character's token in that spot in the turn order. Go ahead and choose your character's turn order now. Let's leave it like that. Pick your turn order by dragging. That way, Kira can respond to heals to heal Mirasil if needed. And we're familiar with the farmhouse, but let's start with that one. Something new to note is the Blessings deck in the top right corner of the screen. $29 blessings. Wow. The Blessings deck starts with 30 blessings in it. At the start of each character's turn, a new blessing is drawn from the Blessings deck. If you are unable to draw a blessing from the Blessings deck because they have run out, you will lose the scenario. To help ensure you don't run out of cards in the Blessings deck, it can be smart to perform additional explorations with characters by discarding allies or blessings. With that out of the way, let's explore. Remember to use what you have learned to acquire boons, defeat Banes, hunt henchmen, and close out the location. Alright. We got caltrips to start with. Remember that we can banish a monster, banish the card to evade a monster, banish the card to defeat a monster 9 or better. Then the old reroll kind of thing, the helper. Thieves' tools are new. Reveal this card to add 1 die to your disable check. Discard this card to defeat a barrier whose highest difficulty to defeat is 11 or lower. After playing this card, succeed at a disable 8 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. So that's good. Good old burglar that will help with disabling and stealth checks. And for our weapon to start with, we have a dagger. Dexterity, a knife, range, piercing, basic. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your dexterity or range skill plus 1.4. You may additionally recharge this card to add an additional 1.4. When playing another weapon that you haven't already played on this check, you may discard this card to add an additional plus. So that's kind of like an offhand weapon if we have another weapon we're using. That's interesting. That's how they handle like two-handed weapons, or dual-wielding weapons. So I could have a sword and discard, is it discard? Yeah, discard the dagger to add the weapon damage for the dagger too. Longsword. During a check, if another character can help, their portrait will have an exclamation point. Click the portrait to see what they can do. Okay, so apparently we found a longsword. We can acquire it with a strength of 6, strength something of 6, but apparently Kira can help. Some checks may be possible for a single character to pass, but become much easier when multiple characters use boons to increase the size of the check. Use a card to aid in the check. So we can... Oh, what's guidance? Wisdom Divine 2 to acquire. Discard this card to add 1 to any check. After playing this card, if you do not have the Divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed at a Divine 4 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. She's got all kinds of these blessings. Let's discard these. If you encounter this card and you automatically acquire it, discard this card to add 1 to the check. Will help by adding 1 to her check to acquire the sword. Done. So we're back to her. Now, can she use her check too? So each character can use a blessing. So now I'm rolling 3 dice to acquire this. Blew it away. So now we've got the longsword. For your combat check, discard this card to roll your strength or melee die plus 1d6 and 1d8. If not proficient with weapons, the difficulty of this check is increased by 4. Which she's not proficient with weapons yet. Okay, so she is done. This should take me... Yep, it takes me over to Kira. Kira's in the desecrated vault. Remember, if we defeat a monster with an undead trait, on a 1, it'll come back. Succeed at a Wisdom or Divine 6 check to close. When permanent closing, each character at this location may recharge an item from her discard pile. Okay. So Kira is going to explore. Okay, Goblin Commando. Defeat of 9. Before you act, the Goblin deals 1 range combat damage to you. So I have to discard a card. Let's discard one of these. Let's go to combat. Her strength's only a dice 6, but she gets a +2 because of her melee trait. I need a 9. 6 plus 2 is not going to do it. After playing this card, if you do not have the Divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed at a Divine 4 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. So it just goes back into my deck. You may treat this card as if it has the same power as the top card of the Blessings discard pile. So why don't we use this first then? Well, except that if I'm going to recharge it, it's going to go back into my deck, so it will not be on the discard pile. What the heck was that? I think that was a challenge. Let's use this. This is a blessing. I can still use it. Adding a die. So this gives me a minimum of 5. I have a great chance to do it now. There we go. I'm going to recharge the guidance. I need to get a 4 or better, and the minimum I can do is 3, so yes. So that goes back into my deck. And then the goblin's defeated. And down to 1 card. She can use it to explore further, but she has no cards, so that's dangerous. She draws back up to 5. We go back to her face, and she goes first, but I want to see what these cards are. A wooden shield. Recharge this card to reduce combat damage dealt to you by 2. You're proficient with light armors, which she is. We play another armor on this check, so she can use like leather armor with the shield. If you played a weapon that has a 2-handed trait on this check, you may not play this card. Okay, so if I whip out the quarterstaff, 2-handed weapon, I cannot use the shield in that same combat action. See, the quarterstaff will add a 1d6 To a melee check. If I discard it, it'll add an additional die 6. Mace. Mace melee bludgeoning does a die 8. Discard it for an additional die 4. So she's going to be using a mace and shield, it looks like. And she drew an ally. Standard Bearer. Recharge this card to add die 6 to your non-combat strength or a constitution check. So basically you've got a sword boy. Discard a squire. Discard this card to explore your location. You could also discard that. So we got extra cards to explore with too. Alright, well she's pretty well armed now this turn. She had nothing for last turn. Alright, back to the farmhouse, starting with her. A large chest. Check to defeat. Dexterity disable of 9 or strength melee of 10. Well, obviously dexterity is her best bet. She has disable ability. The burglar, we can use him to add 10 to that. I think we are going to do that. Thieves' Tools, reveal this card to add 1 die to your disable check. We're just going to reveal it. We're not going to discard it. Discard this card to defeat the barrier whose highest difficulty is the leper. I think we're just going to reveal it. Wait. Reveal this card to add 1 die. Oh, 1 die to your disable check. I thought it was going to be +1. Oh, hell yeah. If defeated, draw 1 die 4 new weapons. If undefeated, you may banish this barrier. 3 new weapons. Wow. Okay, I've got to discard some cards here. Let's discard caltrips. Wow. Battle Axe. For melee, die 6, die 8. Heavy crossbow. Definitely want to hold on to that because the dexterity is better with her. Strength and melee to pursue. If not proficient weapons, the difficulty of this check is increased by 4. Die 6 and die 8. This is two-handed, so I can't use the dagger with that. So let's get rid of the bastard sword. So we end her turn. We're back over to Kira. Lightning Touch. Check to acquire Intelligence Arcane 4. She didn't have Arcane. She's Divine. Intelligence check of 6. Nothing I want to add to it, so let's just roll. We got it. And then she's got to discard down. Let's check out. For your combat check, discard this card to roll your arcane die plus 2 die 4 with the electricity trait. Succeed on an arcane 6 check to recharge this card. I'm going to discard that because we don't have arcane. Okay, new turn. Explore. Potion of Healing. Intelligence craft of 5. Intelligence of a die 4 for her. What does it do? Banish this card and choose a character at your location to shuffle 1 to 4 random cards from the discard pile into the deck. Now, I'm not going to waste... We could use her Blessing to add +1. That means I have to roll a 4. We'll pass. We'll just roll. Fail. This is going to fail. This is going to be buried. She's done. Kira? Explorer? We encounter a warlord. Human veteran fighter. The difficulty to defeat is increased by the scenario's adventure deck number. which I don't know what that means. I'm guessing it already added to the number. Subtract 1 from each die roll in your check to defeat the warlord. Okay, so right now I need a 9. I've got a die 6 plus 1, and it's going to subtract 1 from the die roll, which it's already doing, because she gets a plus 2 for melee, so that's been reduced to plus 1. So the best I can do is 7. I can't do that. So I need to reveal the mace, to add a die 8 dice. Okay, so that's going to give me, that covers up my plus 1 ability, doesn't it? Does that replace my plus 1 ability? I don't think it does. So I have a 43% chance to succeed. I'm going to use my blessing to add another die. And now I have a total of -1. That's right, I lost them plus 1 because I added another die. It's going to subtract 1 for each die. So now I'm at third die, I lose my bonus entirely and -1 total. So 3 dice at a -1. So I've got a minimum of 2, maximum of 19. Success. And we are done. I drew Mending because she had 4 cards. Magic, Arcane, Divine, Spell. Mending. Discard this card to allow a character at your location to discard a weapon, an armor, or an item. That character draws a card of that type from his discard pile. After playing this card, if you do not have either the Arcane or Divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed at an Arcane or Divine 4 check to recharge this card instead of discarding it. Okay, so you can basically discard an armor to pull an armor, a weapon to pull a weapon, or an item to pull an item out of your discard pile. Okay. Boots of the Elven Kind. Dexterity Acrobatics of 5 to acquire. That'll be pretty simple. You can reveal this card to add 1 die to your Acrobatics check. Alright, we have to discard down through the battle axe. Kira encounters a pit trap. Wisdom perception of 7. She has no perception bonus, so it's just a straight wisdom die 12 roll. And there's no cards that can help. So we just have to roll a 7 or better. Alright, defeating the cultists. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the location this henchman came from. Combat. We have a 9. I'm going to use... Just going to add die 6. So we're going to use a mace. +2. Okay, I can attempt to close. Succeed at a wisdom or divine 6 check. You've closed the first location. Close the last 2 locations to win the scenario. How do I move her to the new location? I guess I have to wait till it's her turn. Okay. Uh-oh, did I break it? Get on the map. There we go. Get out of the map. Explorer. Goblin Commando. 9. He's going to attack first. Before you act, the goblin deals 1 ranged combat damage to me. I can use that with the crossbow. Let's discard the longsword. Reveal the crossbow. So I need a 9 between these 2 dice. I can add 1 die 4 by discarding this dagger. No, let's just go with this. Good rolls. Now that you have closed this location, you should move to another open one. Click the move button to move your character to a new location. Click any location to view its information. Any location with an X over it has already been closed. For now, you should go to the open location so you can close it. Once you have decided where you would like to move, double-click the location to move the current location. Interesting picture. Deeper dungeons. The difficulty of combat checks is increased by 1. When closing, succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude check of 8. No effect when permanently closed. Alright, she's going to start in the deeper dungeon. And we come across the cultists right off the bat. Let's use the mace. We can go for it. I need a Constitution Fortitude check of 8. So 6 plus 3 is a low chance, but we have an ally. Recharge this card to add die 6 to non-combat strength or con check. So we'll recharge it, put it back on our deck, and get another die 6. That was lucky as hell. You close the second location, close the last location to finish the scenario. And I was worried about that one. She runs into a skeleton. Undead skeleton basic. The skeleton is immune to the mental and poison trait. If the check to defeat this has either the slashing or piercing trait, the difficulty to defeat is increased by 3. So if I use my crossbow, then I need 11. I'm going to have to use a crossbow anyway. So I'm going to need an 11 or better. I can add the dagger in there. %62% chance to get an 11 or better. Let's add the dagger. Discard it. Add a die 4. Get to draw a card. Got my Troubadour. She can move. Join her. Now we've got two characters using this one. She'll run into the Scout, who does 3 damage. -1, so he'll do 2 damage. I'll recharge this to reduce it by 2. So I take no damage. Now combat, I will use the mace. And then I get +2 because of the melee skill. And then I could use mending. Can't get the shield back because I don't have an armor to discard. Cure. Reveal this card and choose a character at your location. Shuffle 1 to 4 + 1 random cards from his discard pile into his deck. Then discard this card. After playing this card, if you don't have the divine skill, banish it. Otherwise, you may succeed at a divine 8 check. So we could heal. She's down 5. She's down 6. So let's cure Riciel. We heal for 5 points. We're going to recharge it. Make a divine skill check of 8. Keep it. This goes back into our deck. She draws back up to her 5. Next turn. Amulet of Life. Check to acquire Intelligence Arcane of 4. She's got a Blessing of the Gods we can use. Let's use it. I must discard. Let's discard the darts. So now we're going through this location twice as fast because they're both exploring it. We run into a Sage. Charisma Diplomacy of 6 or Wisdom of 7 to acquire. Recharge this card to add dice 6 to your non-combat intelligence or wisdom check. Discard this card to explore your location. Roll it. Got it. Let's explore. Actually, one sec. I want to see what Holy Water is. Discard this card to evade a Bane that has an undead trait. Banish this card to defeat a Bane you encounter that has the undead trait whose highest difficulty is 10 or lower. After playing this card, you may succeed at a Wisdom or Divine 12 check to recharge the card. We're going to discard this one. To reveal the cultist. I'm going to beam him in the head. Alright. To close, I have to summon and defeat a random monster. Giant Gecko. Done. Congratulations. In the next tutorial, you will play a complete scenario where you will use everything you have learned to hunt down the villain. Congratulations, you have been given a flaming short bow +1 and a quarterstaff +1 as a reward. Villains and character powers. Concepts taught in this tutorial include scenario powers, villains, cornering villains, temporary closing locations, and character powers. We'll get a chest for this one. In this final tutorial, you will play through a full scenario using everything you have learned from the previous tutorials. You will hunt the villain, defeat henchmen, and close out all of the scenario's locations. You will also learn about turn phases, villains fleeing to open locations, and how to use character powers. By the end of this tutorial, you will be able to guide your group of heroes through the Rise of the Rune Lords campaign. Most scenarios have powers that are in effect throughout the scenario. In this scenario, you will add 2 to your check whenever you attempt to defeat a Bane. Add 2 to your checks to defeat Banes. The villain, the Sandpoint Devil. So we're hunting down the Sandpoint Devil. Two locations at the other locations. For the purpose of this tutorial, Mauricio and Kira will have their starting locations chosen for them. They will also be unable to leave their locations until they have encountered the villain for the first time. If you defeat a monster with an undead trait, this is Desecrated Vault, we're familiar with these. Starting at Farmhouse. So it's basically how we set up the last scenario. Except now we've got the scenario power, which is to add 2 to our checks to defeat Banes, which are the monsters and the barriers. So we've actually getting a little help. Pick your turn order. That is my turn order. Let's get started by discussing the phase bar and phases of a turn. We will discuss each phase in the order that it happens in each turn. The first phase is give a card. Before moving or exploring, you may give a card to any other character at this character's location. It is important to note that you may only do this if you have not yet explored or moved. So I can basically take any of my cards and give it to one of the other characters. Or yeah. So this character could take any of her 5 cards and give it to Kira. The move phase is next. You may move to any other location during this phase. This is a great thing to do if you need to move to another character's location, or if your current location is closed and you need to move to an open one. The third phase is explore. Many times your character will skip straight to this phase if they do not need to give a card or move to a new location. Exploring is how to search for the villain and henchmen in a location. End turn is the next phase. Ending turn will cause the current character's turn to end and pass play to the next character. If a character is under their hand size limit, they will draw cards up to their hand size. The last phase, discard, is an optional phase. If a character has more cards in their hand than their hand size limit, they will be forced to discard down to their hand limit. Players may also optionally discard any card in their hand during this phase. This may be a good strategy if the cards in your hand are not going to help you and you need to cycle through your character's deck. Notice that it's after the draw phase though. Go ahead and use that you have learned in the previous tutorials to play through the scenario and defeat the villain. Alright, here we go. What do we got? We got Thieves' Tool to start with. We got our Troubadour. We got 2 Blessings and a Potion of Glibness. What's Kira got to start with? She's got 2 Blessings. Chainmail is new. Recharge to lower damage by 2. Banish this card to reduce all damage to 0. And the Mace. Okay. Let's go. You are effing me. Oh my god. You have found the villain. That was a great time to talk about villains escaping to open locations. Okay, it was a setup thing. Unlike monsters and henchmen, villains don't just need to be defeated. They also need to be cornered, meaning you need to ensure there are no open locations for them to escape to. After the encounter with the villain, if any locations are open, the villain will be shuffled into a random open location. So even if you defeat him, he goes to an open location if there are other locations open. Luckily, when the villain is encountered, all characters at an open location will have the opportunity to temporarily close that location. So, by discovering the villain here, she gets the opportunity to close that location. Temporarily closing a location does not close the location permanently, but it will prevent the villain from escaping to that location. Okay, so if he's going to go from here, we temporarily close that one, so we know he's going to go here. If you defeat a villain and all locations are closed or temporarily closed, you will win the scenario. But in this case, we defeat him, temporarily close this one, defeat him here, he's going there. If we fail to temporarily close this one, defeat him, he could be there or there. To temporarily close the location, you will need to perform the when closing check for that location. Attempting to temporarily close the location now to prevent the villain from escaping there. Okay. Succeed at a Wisdom or Divine Skill 6 check. Close that location. Divine check. Need a 6. I got a die 12 plus 2. Good chance of doing it. Let's do it. Temporarily closed. Finished closing. To view each character's powers, click on their portrait to go to the character sheet. Each character has a set of unique powers. Click on the Powers tab to get a view of all the character's powers. You can view specific powers in this tab by clicking the power icons. As you play through the campaign, you will have the chance to gain new powers or upgrade existing powers. When you are finished exploring through the character powers, you can exit the character sheet by clicking the X here. Okay, we've already viewed hand size. She's proficient in light armor, but she's not proficient in weapons yet. She can evade an encounter, and she has the sneak attack ability to add a die 6 to a combat check by recharging a card. We're going to use the sneak attack. We're going to recharge blessing. No, let's recharge the potion. Add a die 6 for sneak attack. Let's also use one of the blessings. Okay. I have to recharge a card from my hand. Let's recharge the blessing. And then we know he's going to go there. Because there is an open location, the villain was able to escape there. Close more locations so the villain will be unable to escape. Remember, if all locations are closed when you defeat a villain, they will be unable to escape and you will win. Okay, so now that we know he is here, let's just complete closing these locations so that when we move here, he has nowhere to go. She draws up, and we move to Kira. Shamak gets a Blessing of the Gods. We go to discard. I'll discard a Blessing of the Gods. And we're done with her. New turn. This location is closed. Click on the move button to move to a new location. So I can send her on her own there, or I can send her to help her. That way we can use the give a card ability. Okay, so she can explore. Well, what do you know? Look who we found. I'm going to use a dagger. She can help with one of her blessings. I'm going to close the location. Location closed. Kira! Location's closed, darling. Keep your cards. Let's go to move. Go to the new location. Start us off. Blast Stone. Intelligence Craft 4. Object Alchemical Basic. Banish this card to add a die 4 to any combat check by a character at your location. Nothing to modify the roll with, so I just need a 4 or better. I'll take it. Drew a blessing. Okay, you move to the location. He has nowhere to run. Large chest. Burglar. Come on in. Thieves' tools revealed. Just need a 9. I think that's going to do it. Draw 4 weapons. All kinds of weapons. Discard down. Let's get rid of the second set of tools. Let's get rid of the bastard sword and the extra longsword. There he is. Are you in trouble or what? Reveal my mace. Banish the blasting stone. Discard that. And I need a 10. Congratulations, you have defeated the villain. You completed the tutorial and are now ready to guide a party of heroes through the Rise of the Runelords campaign. Tutorial complete. Treasure chest containing rare cards. To build your party, click the Add Character button. You will be given the opportunity to create a brand new character for the party or to add an existing hero not currently in use in a campaign. Alright, so after talking to the guy that was explaining the game earlier, Sione is a good starting character, or Amiri the Barbarian. So let's start with using Sione. We'll use some Muri. And then for healing, we can either go with Kira, Lenny, or Sela, the Paladin. Let's go with Lenny, the Druid. Okay, we can continue adding characters. How many characters do we get to start off with? Halfling Bard. Fighter for ranged. Meldorf Ranger. Instruments of Wizard. Sejan's a monk. Or we can use her and hopefully she gets ranged. Hey, I was looking through that. Okay, so when you get to the end of a deck, don't double click. Because you gotta click and it closes it. Well, she's got her darts in her deck. His dex is a die 8. His is a die 8. This is a die 8. But he has a crossbow and a short bow and a sling. So he's set for ranged. Or I can go with the arcane. Well, except Sione's already a sorcerer, so we've got arcane to take care of. Let's go with the ranger. Okay, apparently we can fill the entire party. Let's go with another backup healer. And the bard for support. Welcome to the world map. Each location on the map is different adventure pack. You start off in the Perils of the Lost Coast with the scenario Brigand Doom. Each scenario's information is shown on the left, including its villain and their henchmen, as well as the scenario's special rules and completion rewards. When you're ready, select Brigand Doom and continue. So there's 7 adventure packs in all, and each with multiple scenarios. So the villain we're looking for in Brigand Doom is Jabrail Visky. He has bandits for his henchmen. During this scenario, if a monster's power causes you to recharge 1 or more cards, do so, then draw the same number of cards you recharged. Each character receives a random item at the end of the scenario. Adventure reward. Each character gains a skill feat. So this card will get added to my collection when we complete this scenario. Manage runes. Rune of Savagery 1. Add 1 to all of your combat checks for the duration of the rune. Duration 1 hour. Runes can be activated from the adventure screen. I've got Savagery 3, which lasts up to 12 hours. Shielding. Reduce all damage dealt to you by 1 for the duration of 1 hour. I've got 2 of the Shielding 3, which lasts 12 hours. Rune of Wonder, 5 runes. Increases the chance of finding rare, epic, and legendary cards in treasure chests. Number of runes, 5. This rune can be activated from the treasure chest screen. Okay. Rune of Pilfering. Decrease the difficulty of any check to acquire a boon you make by 1 for the duration of the rune. And I've got 2 of the Pilfering ones. Rune of Wealth, 4 hours. Gold rewards 100%. So I can double the gold rewards by 100%. Let's use the Rune of Savagery. So for the next 12 hours, we get +1 on combat checks. We finally arrived in Sandpoint. This place looks quieter than it did in my dreams. Of course, looks may be deceiving. Looks like a town that could use an extra blade. You there? You look equipped and able? I can't get a supply shipment past the waterfront these days. That brigand Jurbil Visky and his thugs are robbing honest folks in the streets. Our incompetent sheriff can't seem to do a thing about it. I guess it sounds like a noble enough cause. This isn't quite what I envisioned, but every journey has to start somewhere. It seems my steel won't be sheathed for long. If a monster power causes you to recharge 1 or more cards, do so. Then reach... Yes, we knew that. Okay. The villain, Jurbil Visky. Combat 10. Human rogue. Before you act, he will recharge 2 cards. Then because of scenario power, if he's forcing us to charge cards, we get to draw 2 cards from the deck after we recharge them. And his henchmen are a bunch of bandits. Combat 8s. Difficulty to defeat is increased by the scenario adventure's deck number. Still don't know what that means. Is that the number of cards in the deck? Before you act, recharge a card, so that'll get cycled into our deck and then we get to draw it again. Well, a card anyway. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the line. Yeah, look at you, okay. My goodness. And we've got favored card type guarantees that a character will start a scenario with at least 1 card of that type in their hand. Lem gets to choose his. Choosing weapon is a good bet on early. Yes, it is. You may want to review your character's skills, powers, and cards before you choose a location. Wow, there's 8 locations in this first one, right? What to do first? Let's look at the scenarios. Okay, we've got the farmhouse. We're familiar with it. Same thing. When an ally would be discarded, it's buried instead. The woods. Undefeated monsters other than villains or henchmen are banished. So if it's not a villain or a henchman and it's undefeated, rather than going to another location, it gets buried. It's removed. Succeed at a wisdom or survival check to close. So the druid might be a good place for the woods, which makes total sense. The wooden bridge. You may discard 2 cards to evade an encounter. Succeed at a dexterity or stealth check to close. When permanently closed, when you end your turn here, you may bury a card from your hand to recharge a card from your discard pile. So a rogue type going that way. The waterfront. When using a weapon, subtract 1 from each die roll. After your exploration, you may discard 2 cards to explore again. Summon and defeat a bandit henchman. When permanently closed, on closing, all characters at this location discard a card. The Academy. On the first exploration of your turn, if you encounter anything other than a spell after exploration, you may immediately explore again. Succeed at an intelligence or arcane 6 check, so we'll send one of the casters that way. Prison. You may attempt a dexterity or disable 8 check in place of the usual check to acquire a boon. When closing, succeed at a charisma or diplomacy 6 check, so we'll probably send the bard that way. On closing, you may shuffle an ally from your discard pile into your deck. Treacherous Cave. Succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 6 check, or you cannot move. When closing, succeed at a Wisdom or Survival check. When permanently closed, no effect. So that's kind of a mixture. The Garrison. If you encounter a monster other than a villain or henchman, each other character at this location must summon and encounter that monster. When closing, summon and defeat a bandit henchman. Combat difficulty increased by 2. When permanently closed, before closing, set aside any weapons and armors from this location deck. On closing, shuffle them back into this location deck. Okay. It can be useful to look at your character sheets during the scenario to see what your abilities, traits, and feats are. So she has a hand size of 6. You can train that eventually up to 7. She has no proficiencies. She has an arcane blast power. For your combat check, you may discard a card to use your arcane skill, adding a dice 6 with the attack. Fire and magic traits. This counts as playing a spell. So that's kind of like Marcial's sneak attack. She can discard a card to add a die 6 to a combat check. Which also adds the fire and magic trait. And she can increase that to +1 and +2. Magic in the blood. You automatically succeed at your check to recharge a spell with the arcane trait. So she automatically recharges any arcane trait spells. You automatically succeed at your check to recharge an item with your arcane trait. So spells, and then she can graduate that up to items. And charisma is her big one. So let's send her there. Strength, of course. She only starts with hand size of 4. She's proficient with light armor. She can learn heavy armor. She is proficient with weapons right off the bat. Barbarian Rage. You may bury a card from your hand to add 1d10 to your strength, melee, or constitution check. So here's that character I was talking about. Instead of discarding, she's burying cards. They're going out of her deck, meaning she's lowering her health to get big bonuses. Improve range will give it a +1. She can move fast. You may move at the end of your turn. Gotcha. So she could actually defeat a villain, do something, or a henchman, or close an area, and then move to a new location. That'll help her support other characters. You may move at the end of your turn and or move another character to your location where you end your turn. Interesting. So where did we need big strength? I'm thinking we should send her here. Druid. Wisdom. Hand size 5. Not proficient with anything to start, but she can eventually learn light and weapons. Animal trick. You may reveal an ally with the animal trait to add a die 4 to your check. Die roll +1, die roll +2. Wild empathy. When you play an ally with the animal trait, you may recharge it instead of discarding it. You may discard a card to roll a die 10 instead of your strength or dexterity die on your check. So any strength or dexterity check can be converted to a die 10 rather than the die 4 and the die 6. It's interesting. Wisdom of die 10. I think we want to send her to the woods. Because if I remember right, she also had survival. Okay, Constitution die 12, Dex 8, Range +3, Fortitude, Con +2, Perception and Survival, but it's only a die 6 on Wisdom. Con and Dex. And he's going to have ranged weapons. Hand size of 5. He's proficient in light armor and weapons to start with. Scout ahead. At the end of your turn, you may examine the top card of your location so you can see what's coming up. Sniper shot. You may recharge a card to add die 4 to a combat check at another location. So he can discard a card, recharge a card, put it from his hand to his deck, and add a die 4 to anybody else's combat checks as range support. That's awesome. I like that. You are going there, my friend. Okay, we're kind of familiar with Kira. Wisdom, Divine, Constitution, Con. She's got Fortitude, and she's got melee strength, even though it's just a die 6. You know her powers. Instead of a Perspiration on the turn, you may reveal a card that has the Divine trait to choose a character at your location. Shuffle 1 to 4 +1. So it's basically she can turn any Divine trait card into that heal spell that she originally had. Enemy Lore Undead. Add 1 die 8 to the magic trait to your check to defeat a Bane that has the Undead trait. So anytime she fights undead, she gets to add a 1 die 8 in the magic trait. Right, that leaves our board Lem, Charisma Guy, Arcane, Diplomacy, +3, Divine. He's got Arcane and Divine. Intelligence, Knowledge with +3. Hand size of 6. Bardic Performance. Once per check, you may recharge a card and to add a die 4 to a check attempted by another character at your location. So they have to be in your location. So he is definitely support. He needs to follow somebody around. At the start of your turn, you may discard 1 card from your hand and add 1 card of the same type from your discard pile to your hand. Okay, I think he's going to go support her. Turn order. At the end of her turn, she can move. Eventually, she'll be able to move other characters, but I doubt she's going to get that far at the end of the scenario. I think we're going to go like this. Here we go. Sand Point. Alrighty. Miri. She's got a guide. Recharge this card to add die 10 to your survival check. Discard it for expiration. Blessing of the Gods. She wields a long spear. Two-handed, melee piercing. For your combat check, it adds a die 8. If you would fail the check, you may discard this card to re-roll the dice and take the new result. And a potion of hiding. Banish this card and choose a character at your location to succeed at a stealth check. Okay. We encounter a sneak. At the top of the screen, there's a check drop-down panel. If you click it, you can choose which skill you would like to roll. You may find there are times the default skill is not the best option. The difficulty to defeat is increased by the scenario's adventure deck number. Before you act, succeed at a Wisdom or Perception 8 check to discard a card. Okay, so I need a Wisdom or Perception of 8. Which is going to be impossible, even with a +1. It's going to make me discard a card. I'm going to have to discard something. I'm going to discard the Blessing. When using a weapon, subtract 1 from each die roll. After your expiration, you may discard 2 cards to explore again. Okay, now we're going to fight. Die 12, melee strength at +2. +1 for the rune, which is not showing. For the next 12 hours, remember, I got +1 on all my combat checks. If I use a weapon, it's going to subtract that by 1, but it's going to add a die 8. And that's it. I could rage. You may bury a card from your hand to add a die 10 strength, melee, or constitution check. Powerful single-use items. Let's go with what we got. We've got a minimum of 3 here, but pretty good sized dice. Let's go. Fail. That does 3 damage. I could discard. Is it discard? To re-roll the dice with the spear. I'm going to re-roll. Get an 11. Defeating him, but I discarded my spear. If you defeat a monster or barrier, it will be banished and will no longer appear in the scenario. So you can click this to discard 2 cards to explore again, but then she will have no cards. I could also discard this card to explore again, but we have no weapons, so in her turn. Alright. I need to put the name of the character Sione. Sione! You may use your character power for this check. Click the power icon below your portrait. Remember, you can click your portrait to check your character sheet. So we have a barrier, intelligence arcane. For your combat check, you may discard a card from your arcane skill. So that's combat check. This is not a combat check. But this is an arcane check, though. Which is intelligence and the arcane skill +2. So I'm currently got a minimum of 3 and I need a 10. If defeated, I get to draw 1 to 4 random new spells. If undefeated, you may banish this barrier. I can use a blessing, I can use Troubadour. Recharge this card to add D6 to non-combat dexterity or charisma check. Well, this is not either. Wait, no, charisma arcane is what it was, right? Yeah. So we could use the Troubadour to add a die 6. Add a bunch of spells. Now we got to figure out what we want to discard. It says we can use Flame Burst right now. Display this card next to your deck. While displayed, add 1 die 4 and the fire trait to combat checks against monsters. At the end of the turn, If you do not have the arcane skill, banish this card. Otherwise, discard it, or you may attempt an arcane 8 check to recharge it instead. Let's display it now. Okay, so that's out displayed. I still have discard cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's got to get rid of 2. No, she's got to get rid of 1. She's got a deck size of 6. Arcane armor, which will reduce damage. Discard this card to add 1d6 to any check. After playing this card, if you know yet. So recatch. Another armor. Potion of Fortitude. Bracers of Protection. Reduces damage. Lightning spell. And a guard. Recharges card to add the dice 6 to your perception check. Banish this card to reduce damage dealt to 3. Wow, she got a lot of damage reduction. Let's get rid of one of the armor spells. Yes, we know. We're going to recharge it. And we're going to discard an armor spell. Ranger. He finds a quarterstaff. Yay. He gets to keep the quarterstaff. You're above your handset. Yes, we know that. I hate that I have to click on that to go to my discard phase. Just go to my discard phase. And discard to explore again. Wait, what? I discarded it to explore the location, so why did it end my turn? So what did it do when I discarded? I'm confused. Okay, she's got 2 blessings. She's got a strength spell. Display this card next to the character. While displayed, add 3 of the character's strength checks. At the end of the turn, if you do not have either the arcane or divine skill, banish the card. Otherwise, discard it, and you may succeed in an arcane divine 8 to recharge it instead. She has a little doki. Recharge this card to add 10 to your perception check. Discard this card to explore again. Recharge, discard. She has a crow. Recharge this card to add dice 6 to your acquire a weapon or armor or an item. Discard this card to explore location. Perception of 4. Reveal this card to add a dice 6 to your perception check. Discard this card to examine the top 2 cards of your location deck and put them back in any order. I'm going to recharge the crow. Roll. Fire the spyglass. I'm going to discard the spyglass to look at the next 2 location cards. Skeleton and a mace. Putting them... Wait, which one's on top? Which one's on top? So the mace is on top? Or is this the mace on top? Alright. That's not a very good indication of which one is going on top. We'll do this because the way that the cards are laid out, I assume it's going to put the skeleton and then the mace. So the mace will be on the top. It still doesn't tell me which one's on top. Discard to explore. Mace. Okay, good. 4. I need a 4. Discard that to add a die. With mace. Alright, Lem. You're in the same location as Kira. You go first. And we draw the bandit right off the bat. Gold defeat is increased by the scenario as your adventure deck number. I need a better representation of what that means. Because it's not modifying this number, because we saw them before and they were 8. We'll look that up real quick. Come on. So that's a card from the base deck. B. So why even print this on the card if it's a B base deck, so it's not going to be modified with this ability? Alright, so that needs to be shown somewhere, like on the card, calculated on the card. So basically it's counting the number of adventures you've done. and then it adds to their difficulty. Since this is our first adventure, I don't think it's adding anything to it. So, basic difficulty of 8. Okay, he's going to make us recharge a card, and because of the scenario ability, we get to draw a card after we recharge a card. He has a cure spell. Let's recharge Blessing. And then we just redrew the Blessing. Awesome. You want to reveal the crossbow, which will switch it to a dex combat and give me a die 8. So I got 2 die 8 plus 1 for the rune we set to defeat an 8. I can still use a Blessing. I've got a shitload of them, might as well. When you close the location, the villain may no longer flee to it. This is a yes, we know. We can attempt to close. Succeed at a charisma or diplomacy check. Yes. Diplomacy plus 3. I'm going to use another of these. Alright, Kira. She finds the invisibility arcane spell, which requires a 6 to acquire. Discard this card to evade a monster. Discard this card to succeed at a stealth check. Acquired. Done. Amiri! Back to you. Find the burglar. Charisma diplomacy of 6 or dexterity stealth of 7. So I can use that and automatically get the burglar. I'll do it. She can move. I don't want to. I did click move. You want to get this out of my way? Okay, bug. Let's go to the farmhouse. Well, what do you know? He's going to make me recharge a card. Let's recharge the Fortitude. I'm going to use Lightning Bolt with the Blessing. I'm going to recharge my Lightning Bolt. I'm going to close the location. I must defeat that guy who's a 9. And I have no choice. I have to use combat. That doesn't make much sense. For my combat check, I may discard a card to use your arcane skill, plus 1 to 6 with the attack card. That's playing the spell. Okay. I already played a spell this turn, so it's not going to let me, even though it's a different encounter. I don't know if I like that. Just one of these. Recharge to reduce combat. Recharge. Banish to reduce combat. Discard this card to reduce combat. Let's recharge. Fail to close. Which means I now have to go through that entire location because the bandit's gone from it. A ghoul. Ghoul is immune to the mental and poison trait if undefeated. Reset your hand and in your turn. He's going to get magic half plate next turn. Yay for you. So we can switch that to combat 10. Your ability. Discard a card. Discard Fortitude. Make it a die 10. Reveal the mace to add a die 8. I think that's good enough. Okay, discard to explore again. The Hellhound, that's a 10. Reveal the dog. Reveal the mace. Add 1 die to the checks to defeat the Hellhound that have the cold trait. After you act, the Hellhound deals 1 fire damage to each character at the location. Character at your location. Follow her. For your combat check, discard this card to use your divine skill, plus 1d6 to add a magic trait. During your turn, discard this card to examine the top card of your location deck. If the card is a blessing or has the magic trait, you may immediately encounter it. Otherwise, return it to the top of the deck. So we're moving right along now. So we've got an ambush coming. Examine the location deck until you find a monster and counter it, subtracting 1 from each die roll in your checks against it. Banish this card and shuffle the remaining cards into the location deck. So if I do not succeed at a Wisdom 9, then I'm going to get into a fight. And I have no modifiers. These guys can help though, this says. Ooh. Okay, Mercenary 10. I'm going to discard the Cure. Switch that to a 10 and reveal the Mace. Got it on the button. She is done. Well, that's not going to happen. Yay, location close. And she gets to move afterward, after I discard a card. When closing, all characters at the location must discard a card. She's going to go help the ranger? Go help the druid. Really? No. You did that wrong. I'm using the ability. No. You did that wrong. Discard this card to reduce damage to you by 3. That's exactly what I was doing. No. You're bugging. Right, apparently it's a bug. I just got fucked. The fuck is that sound at the end? Is there a time limit on turns or something? There it goes again. I can tell you are new here, so I'll give you one piece of advice for free. No, you won't, begged the gem. Ribis illegally aki. When you encounter the villains, characters in other locations may temporarily close their locations. Characters must complete the closing requirements for the locations. So if I temporarily close these two, and we defeat him, he's going to go here or here. So he stays here. And he is the next card. Each character has a specific number of each card type that they are required to bring into a scenario. You can find that limit in the filter buttons for the various type of cards. A quick way to check if a character is bringing the required number of cards is to look above their portrait. If a character's portrait has an exclamation point above it, you still have some cards to add or remove from the character's deck. To add or remove cards from a character's deck, you move those cards to and from the stash. You can do so by clicking and dragging a card from the character's deck to the stash and vice versa. The stash is like a persistent sideboard that is accessible by all parties you have created. This allows you to store and share cards between all of your parties. Keep in mind that the stash has a card limit. If you have too many cards in your stash, you will be forced to sell down to the card limit before you can leave the deck management screen. Whenever you find a card in a treasure chest or purchase it from the store, a copy will also be placed in your Unclaimed tab. The Unclaimed tab has no card limit, but cards may never be placed in the tab directly. Once they are removed from the Unclaimed tab, they must be placed into the stash, used in a character deck, or sold. Lastly, if you are unable to make a valid character deck because you don't have enough cards of a specific type, you will be able to fill in that character deck with repair cards. These cards are not worth anything when sold. So, looking at Amiri, she has one too many weapon cards. She needs an item card. She has one too many allies. Okay. How do I move the burglar out of her allies? Okay, you're forcing me to do something but not allowing me to do it. There we go. So this is the stash. Then I have unclaimed ones as well. A two-handed finesse weapon? Can't use heavy. Okay. How do you sell them? Yes, we've said that. Oops, there's a bug. Clear it. There's a hell of a lot more than 2 gold. I'm not done. Because I want... So it's like a 1-card mini heal every time she pops up. She adds 2 to divine checks. Place the standard bearer.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Want to help me transfer your dad to the potty?
Yeah, hold on. Alright, taking a quick break. I will be right back. Put you guys on some hold music while I step away. Be right back.
いですね。また追いたいですね。 いですね。
Alright. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Alright, so still messing with inventory here. So we cleaned up weapons and stuff. We were looking at blessings. We've got 2 special blessings that are unclaimed. To any check. Range, stealth, or craft check. To explore after you finish very few time period. That's better than a blessing of God. But who could really use that? A range, stealth, or craft check? Ranger? Melee or fortitude check? To acquire a boon that has the liquid trait. Okay. We gotta sell some stuff. So we got a lot going on here. I'm gonna sell the chainmail. Wish you could grab and scroll rather than use these buttons. We'll sell the quarterstaff, we'll sell both short swords. Okay. So we can try it again. Aha, there's the numbers. So B would be 0. Doing this one would add 1 to anybody that says add the adventure number. That would add 2, that would add 3, that would add 4, that would add 5, that would add 6. Still got 22 hours on that rune. And this is still the very first adventure in this pack. Let's go for it again. Right, Amiri. Okay, let's go for it. Gotta be more mindful of this deck. Current blessing. Discard this card to add 1 die to any check. Discard this card to add 2 dice to any check. Discard to explore your location. Right, you encounter a collapsed ceiling. If you fail the check to defeat by 4 or more, if you fail the check to defeat by 4 or more, you are dealt 1 combat damage. Mm. Damn, that one's different. Wisdom Divine of 7 or Combat of 11. Being a bard, he's both Arcane and Divine, so we can use Divine. Wisdom at 10 plus 1. Beat a 7. Let's reveal. Crossbow, that's going to switch it to Dexterity though, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to switch it to Combat, which makes it 11. I'm going to keep it Wisdom Divine. That's good. Just barely though. Am I already through 6 cards? I'm confused how the blessing works. I don't understand. Right, I need to read up on blessings. What the hell do they mean? Okay, so this is the current blessing, meaning that if you have a skill like this one, you may treat this card as if it has the same powers as the top card of the blessing card pile. So we got 3 cloves already. Have not encountered the villain. No! No, go back. Discard the quarterstaff. Okay, how do I additionally... There we go. Why am I discarding a card? Oh, I'm closing all characters. This goes from discard a card. We already did that. Alright, band is next for the sir. I don't see an option to evade. Oh, you may discard 2 cards to evade. Fuck you. We're fucked. Hmm. Well, if I trust her on her own, she's only down to 4. I can move her. She can help these guys. I'm gonna run out of time again. I don't understand that. That mechanic to me ruins the whole game. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You just have 30 turns, period. So it's RNG. You're fucked. The last turn. So he has to reveal the villain here. He has to reveal the villain on this draw. And we're screwed because there's nobody here to temporarily close this location. There he is. But there's a location that's open that doesn't have anybody near it. I can do Sanctuary to leave him here. But it's the last fucking turn, so we lose. Okay, so that's twice through. Failed. On the very first adventure. So a treasure is 500. We have all the characters. How do I assign these to the characters? Well, supposedly I own these 3 sets. So I don't have to take full 6-part. So these are the alternates. And she's fine. No weapons? That can't be right. No, there we go. It lowers her charisma much further, increases her constitution. Try that one. Gotta adjust her deck slightly. She has one too many weapons. Let's get rid of quarterstaff. Get rid of night watch. Alright, let's just try it with those three. So we're reduced to 4 locations, 5 locations. The Plague Zombie is immune to mental and poison. If undefeated, banish the Plague Zombie, and each character's association must succeed at a Constitution or Fort 6 check where that character is dealt 1d4 acid damage. Combat 11. Wait, why am I taking damage? Because of this, the weapon, right? Yeah, because of this thing. May not be reduced. See, I do not like the blessing mechanic. Fewer characters, fewer locations, time's the same. So it's easier to play with one character than it is to play with multiple characters. So why would I want to take more than one character out? Mm. Okay, so it's here. Big chest coming up. All right. Alright, here we go. Gotta temporarily close that location. Needs a survival check of 6. He's got a +3. So this is it. High yield. Ain't being paid enough to get killed over a vendor's hall. Wise decision. Who set you to steal from vendor? Speak and we shall be lenient. Tell me you won't help me live to a ripe old age. Better just to take me to Sheriff Hemlock. Cheers. Bird Cruncher Crown. You always card to evade a Bane that has the Goblin trait. When you defeat a Bane that has the Goblin trait, you may recharge this card to examine your location deck until you find a weapon, an item, or an armor. Add it to your hand and shuffle the location deck. Spell component pouch. Reveal this card to add 2 to your check to recharge a spell that has the arcane trait. That's kind of cool. It's just a simple reveal. Go next. We already have one of those. Discard this card to add a die to your check to acquire a boon. Poison pill. That's the scenario board. We each got a weapon. When we finish the entire adventure, each character gains a skill feat, and we get that card to our collection. Welcome to the Rusty Dragon. You must be the one who put an end to Jubrail. Bisky's crime spree. First round's on me. Might be kind of you last, but if it's all the same, I'll just take a strong pot of tea. Something tells me there are more troubles to come. Nothing comes without a price, but I'll not let that stop you from giving me a strong ale. Perhaps you'd be interested in dealing with another local act of villainy. Someone's laying lethal rat traps around Sandpoint. So far, they've killed a few household pets, but it's just a matter of time until someone gets hurt. Put it into this plot, and I'll cut your nightly rate at the Rusty Dragon in half. Aye, of course. Hunting down a poisoner is its own reward. Add 2 to your checks to acquire allies. Pillbug Apotheker. Human Alchemist. All damage dealt by Pillbug Apotheker is poison damage that may not be reduced. Have any happy pillbugs turned up lately? Customer at the Pillbug's pantry. Requesting poison. Poison traps are his henchmen. Dexterity disable 6. If undefeated, discard the top card of your deck. Then each character at this location must succeed in a Constitution or Fortitude 7 check. Take 1 to 4 minus 1 poison. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to close the location. Right, 5 locations. We know our guys. What do we got going on here? Town Square. During your turn, you may discard a card to explore. Wow, we're going to go through that quick. Banish a card. On closing, each character at this location recharges a card, then may draw a card. If you do not explore this turn, after you reset your hand, you may shuffle the top 1 to 6 cards from your discard pile into your deck. So that's like a healing place, the Apothecary. When closing, succeed at Intelligence or Craft 6 check. Permanently closing does no effect. So simply banish a card to close that one. Intelligence or Craft check on that one. If you fail a combat check, this is City Gate. Fail a combat check, a random monster is shuffled into the location there. Ugh. Summon and defeat a bandit henchman. No effect on permanent close. Village House. When you encounter an ally, you may recharge a card to automatically acquire it. Closing, banish a card, permanent, no effect. General Store. This location, during your expiration, if you encounter anything other than an armor, an item, or a weapon after the expiration, you may explore again. You have a card in your hand. When closing, banish a card. When permanently closed, on closing, add 1 to 6 random items to this location without looking at them, then automatically acquire the top card. Okay, versus Amiri at the Apothecary. She encounters a sleep spell. Hmm. What's your dexterity? It's die 6, huh? Add your strength die instead of the dexterity. Really? I think we want that. Let's give her some help, guys. Veterinarian's Kit. Discard this card to recharge a card that has the animal trait from your discard pile. After playing this card, you may succeed at a Wisdom or Survival 10 check to recharge the card. It's something for the Druid. We want to move you somewhere else. You're getting all arcane stuff. Shitty roll. What? I defeated it. I'm confused. I don't want to evade it, I want to defeat it. Kidding me, I have nothing that can modify the roll. Okay, traps next turn. It fucked me. Oh no, the hero has come to put a stop to my dastardly deed. You'll find that taunting me will not protect you from fire, lightning, or force. Well, we need to close some locations. Nowhere for you to go, guy. So you defeated Jubreo, and you apprehended me at last. Sandpoint is sick. Ah! Don't test my patience, Billbug. What do you get at? That is the wrong question, fool. Poison has been running through the veins of this town long before I crafted a single brew. Slim. Shock, wanna go with this one? Long sword plus one. Alright. She has so many weapons, or is she needs another item. She needs another armor. And I'm short on armor. Alright, the last scenario in this adventure. Black Fang. The Dragon. Ancient skeletons are his henchmen. When any character encounters the henchman ancient skeleton, each other character at that location must summon and encounter the henchman ancient skeleton. Each character chooses a type of boon, then receives a random card of that type. Each character gains a skill feat. And we're finishing the adventure. Hey, last scenario. Let's go for it. That barkeep spoke of some sort of beast killing livestock just outside of Sandpoint. It's about time I get to tracking a proper monster. It's about time we fight something worthy of my blade. You're here, thank the gods. Come see what's left of my cows. I've never seen anything like it. Too savage for a person. Too much meat remaining for wolves or bears. Looks like it left a hell of a heavy footprint. And judging from this black fang left behind, I'd say you have yourself a dragon problem. You've got the right of it, Dwarf. The dragon's killing cows now, but if it grows much larger, you'll have a bigger problem on your hands. It's a fine day for hunting dragons. When any character encounters the henchman ancient skeleton, each other character at that location must summon and encounter the ancient skeleton. 12! Before you act, each character at this location must succeed at a Constitution or Fortitude 7 check, or be dealt 1d4-1 acid damage. Tell all the locals to leave me be, or I'll start tearing the heads off their children instead of their livestock. Ancient skeletons require an 8. Skeleton is immune to the mental poison. If the check to defeat has the slashing or piercing trait, the difficulty is increased by 3. It's going to suck. If defeated, you may immediately attempt to disclose it. Hey, the desiccated ball. It's a favorite. Divine or wisdom check. When you move here, discard a card. Any character at another location may evade an encounter, or move here, discarding 2 cards instead of 1. Then reset her hand and end her turn. Let's start somebody there. You may close this location automatically. No effect. Let's start. Well, let's see what else we got. When you encounter a blessing, you are dealt 2 points of mental damage that may not be reduced. Succeed at a Divine 6 check or banish a blessing. On closing, you may banish a blessing to draw a new blessing to your hand. At the start of your turn, you may recharge an item to draw a card. Succeed at a Charisma or Diplomacy 6 check. At the Thalassolian dungeon, if you play a spell that has an arcane trait, you may immediately draw a card. Succeed at an Intelligence or Arcane 7 check. No. So her here. Him there. Her there. That one there. Lost Coast. Got him. I'm not going to get that one. that she's even in the picture. Dexterity of 8. He'll help out. And there's Black Fang. Black Fang is the next card. Guys? 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 Okay, so here's what we do. Her next turn, she leaves. Because we know where he is, we lock down the other places. Right? You are in the wrong place. Nothing you're going to do here is going to help you. Okay, so avoid that dungeon. You're moving, because he is there. You're going to go here and finish this one off. What's going on? Oh, because I moved there. Discard one. Forgot about that. one's closed. Shield coming up. The next turn she's going there. You're fucking kidding me. But I didn't encounter you again. Oh, that's bullshit. Bullshit.
Thank you for a bar.
Okay, she's gonna die. Not her, but because they're going through these slowly. Fuck. Oh. And she's dead. Look who's there. That killed her. Alright, so she's going to die, but she did her job. She has fallen, and she can't get up. Oh, that's awesome. move there, I'm going to have to drive. I don't want to do it yet. All right. Here we go. Hunts me. Invade my lair. Yet I am the one who is considered evil. Evil or not, you'll be dead at my feet soon. Ha 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 ha. Your heroic bravado is in vain, if misplaced. I'll let you escape here unharmed if you deliver a message for me. Tell the locusts to leave me be, or I'll start tearing the heads of their children instead of their livestock. Enough talking. Alright, well, we gotta throw everything we can at him. Gotta beat a 12. I have to encounter him. I gotta roll that. I need a 7. I think we got him. Raw! How did you math, bitch? Killing a whelp like this was easier than I thought. Heck, claws ain't even torn through nothing more than a cow's hide. There's nothing like a good clean dragon fight to remind you why you picked up a blade in the first place. That completes the adventure. We get to pick what kind of card they get. I assume that we're talking about her first. No, it's for everybody. Deathbane Light Crossbow +1. For your combat check, we do this 8 +1 and another 8. Just a Bane that has the undead trait. Awesome. So that's like 2d8 plus 1 versus undead. Get proficient with weapons, you may discard this card, add an additional +1 die 4 to a combat check by a character at an invocation, or 1d8 if the check is against a Bane that has undead. Why are you giving the wrong equipment to the wrong people? This should go to the barbarian. Use your strength melee, d2 die 4. If you brought proficient with weapons, the difficulty of this check is +4. Yeah. It's just a standard weapon, it's not magical. You don't get nothing because you're dead. She needs to increase the trait. Or so she can increase one of these or one of these and make her proficient in heavy armor. Increase her hand to 5, or +1 on range, or allow her to move other characters. She specializes. That goes crazy. Thick skin. Armor collector. Berserker. Really goes up. Weapon collector instead of armor collector. Bottom card notification. Interesting. Sniper shot. +1, +2, survivalist. Ooh, that's awesome. Nature's gift. Sniper. Tracker. That thing can go up to 8. Scout ahead goes to a further one. Top and the bottom. Sniper shot only goes to +3 though. Giant lore. So these giants. And the tracker. Nature's gift. Miraculous wisdom. Kind of turns him closer to a druid than anything. You're going sniper. In which case we need to increase your dex. Adventure's over. You don't need that. You don't do that. You don't do that. And then it goes on to the next adventure. Now everything that is increased by the number of the adventure gets +1 on their difficulty. Burnt Offerings has 5 scenarios. Based on that picture, it looks like it's going to be a bunch of goblins. Rip Nugget and Stickfoot. Henchmen are Suto Tajutsu, Goblin Raiders. If you defeat a monster that has the Goblin trait, roll a die 6. On a 1, each character at your location is dealt 1 fire damage. So they explode. Scenario reward. We get a skill feat. So every scenario we get a skill feat, not at the end of the adventure. Each character gains a card feat at the end of the adventure. And then Orc Shield gets added to the collection. Okay. So we went through the tutorial. We did the first adventure, series of adventures anyway, with the scenarios. Got a really good idea of how the game's played. And even though I was kind of miffed at the Blessings deck on how it times you, we found out that it's just... I guess it should be modified somehow by the number of players. Just a little bit. Because the more players you have in your party, the less likely you're going to succeed because your blessing is going to run out. And it doesn't change. It's always going to be 30 whether you're playing 1 character or 6 characters. Overall, I still like it. It's not bad for $30, and that's the full Obsidian edition of a game. Something we can fall back on and play every once in a while. So I like that. But we'll see where it goes from there. We'll play it again some other time. Right now, I am going to bow out and say goodnight, but I thought we had a chest. Let's go see what's on our chest. And we've got 6,000 gold. We might buy some more chests. I'm guessing these are legendary because they've got little purple. Oh, rare. Rare, uncommon. Bearskin armor. Moving this card to add 2 to your survival fortitude check. Reveal. Recharge this card to reduce combat damage by 2. Banish this card to reduce all damage to 0. Reveal's awesome. Flaming Scimitar +1. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your strength or melee 1d6+1. You may additionally discard this card to add an additional d6+1. And you must be proficient. Greater Aid, Wisdom Divine 6, Magic Divine. Discard this card to add 2 dice 6 to a check. If you do not have the Divine skill, banish this card. Succeed at a Divine 8 check to recharge this card. Definitely for Cleric. Potion of Invisibility, Intelligence Craft 4, Liquid Alchemical. When a character of your location encounters a monster, banish this card to allow her to evade it. If it is that character's turn, she may immediately explode. Let's get 4. Ooh, an epic. 3 rares. Quarterstaff +2. For your combat check, 1d6+2. You may additionally discard this card to add another by 6. Force Quarterstaff +1. For your combat check, reveal this card to use this one. You may additionally discard this card to add another 2d4 and a force trait. Vermilion Rhomboid. Dexterity, Acrobatics, Knowledge of 6. To obtain object magic as Lenti. Reveal this card to add 1d10 to your non-combat acrobatics checks. You may play another item on this check. You may recharge this card when you reset your hand. That's a reveal ability. On combat acrobatics checks. So that would really help a rogue through barriers, traps. That's crazy. Also getting into chests and stuff. Well, not acrobatics, it's acrobatics checks. Interesting. Okay, epic. Golden Judge's Breastplate. Constitution Fortitude 10. Heavy Armor, Magic Elite. Reveal this card to add 1 to your non-combat Wisdom or Perception check. Recharge this card to add 1 to 4 to any check to acquire an ally. Recharge this card to reduce combat damage up to you by 2. Banish this card to reduce all damage to 0. If proficient with heavy armors, you may recharge this card when you reset your hand. Okay. Okay, it's not required. One more things. Warhammer +2 is just uncommon. Hammer, melee +2 magic. For your combat check, reveal this card to use your strengthening skill 1 +2. You may additionally discard this card, add an additional die 6. Your weapon is different. Okay. Keen Rapier +3. Strength melee 13 to acquire. Sword being increased finesse magic swashbuckler. For your combat check, reveal this card and use your strength or melee skill 2d4 +3. You may additionally discard this card to add an additional die 4. If any d4 is rolled on this check is a 4, treat it as a 5. So that's what a keen weapon does. Quarterstaff +2, another one. Sun Gold dice. I would get behind more of the cosmetic stuff, like the different dice and stuff, if this was like an online multiplayer. I'm hoping maybe they do DLC to where you could actually do multiplayer. Take turns. Encanter. Arcane Charisma Diplomacy. Recharge this card to add 1d6 to your arcane check. Discard this card to explore your location. It's good for Sorcerer. Improved Aid. It's not quite greater aid. I discard this card to add 1d8 to any check. After playing this card, if you do not have the blind skill, banish it back like that. Improved Mending. Discard this card to allow character at your location to draw a weapon, an armor, or an item from his discard pile. After playing this card, if you don't have the Favor of Serenray. Alright, Serenray, Blessing card. Discard this card to add 1 die to any check, or to add 2 dice to any Constitution non-combat check. You may play another Blessing on this check. Discard this card to explore location. After you play this card, if the top card of the Blessing's discard pile has the Serenray trait, recharge this card instead of discarding it. Shock Blade +1. 19 +1. Mission discard for 8. And Electricity trait must be proficient. If you would fail this check, you need to discard this card and remove the dice. Pure Bleed. Discard this card to evade a Bane with a counter that has the Outsider or Undead trait. Banish this card to add 2 die 12 to your check to defeat a Bane that has the Outsider or Undead trait. Scarlet Ring Cabochon. I don't know that stuff. Reveal this card to add 1 die 10 to your non-combat fortitude melee check. Wait, a non-combat melee check? You may play another armor check. You may recharge this card and reset your hand. Interesting. One of those reveals, that was for fortitude though. Invigorating Shield. And Magic Shield. If you play the weapon with a 2-handed trait on this check, you may not play this card. Reveal this card to reduce combat damage dealt to you by 2. Reveal to reduce by 2. Proficient with light armor, so you may play another armor on this check. Discard this card to recharge a weapon from your discard pile. If proficient with light armor, you may recharge this card and reduce it your hand. So that's a good shield. You just reveal it to reduce damage by 2. Got a shield. Damage reduced by 2. Got a shield. Alright. So interesting old game. I like it. We'll play it some more some other time. So that is Pathfinder's Adventures Rise of the Rune Lords. Again, there's 2 versions available on Steam. The basic set, which is currently on sale for 25% off. It's normally $24.99. It's now on sale for $18.74. You can get the Obsidian edition, which pretty much includes all the DSL and everything. It is currently, well, it's $39.99, but it's 25% off, so it's $29.99, saving you 10 bucks there. And yeah, that's the whole game. Got a little store for some where you can spend the gold that you get in game. I thought, you see this when you start at the menu and you think, oh god, it's a pay to win kind of game, but no, it uses in-game gold currency to buy additional little things, adding to your card collection. So I'm wondering how they're going to do that in the future. The little expansions course, they have a link here to go to more of their games. There's an Asmodee application for mobile devices. You can link that to your account. Take a quick look at more games. And just goes to a webpage. Gotcha. And that's it. So that's our first look for Pathfinder Adventures. Sometime tomorrow I might hop on, do some more grinding and Destiny, get some ideas of other games you guys might want to see. So hit me up if you want to play. I'm also looking for a streaming group that's looking to gather a bunch of stream heads together so we can kind of cover the clock and get a good streaming team going. Either I'm looking to build one or join one that's already existing, but if you're interested and you do some streaming on the side, let me know and we'll coordinate, get together our team, and it kind of works like a clan in an MMO. But we'll talk about it, so hit me up. Otherwise, I will see you guys online. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay dry and cool. Bye.